anymore. They pine over this like Soviet belief. Jeremy Corbyn, anyone who has anything close to some Trotskyist or Marxist or whatever view of the world, he will hold water for you. And there are thousands of volunteers I see in the UK going to Russia to support this kind of stuff. Um, and I'll tell you, I actually believe they believe it. I don't think that they're paid. I think these people are actually so ideologically opposed to things in the West that they're willing to just you know provide comfort and succor for for the Russian way of business, way of doing things. If you go, I'm blocked from Jackie Walker and Chris Williamson. They don't like some of my replies, but nor should they. They their timeline's filled with like oh, George Galloway, another strange one. You got to check out Gorgeous George. George Galloway.
Oh man, we just lost Yehuda as he was blasting George Galloway. Yehuda, come up. You were blasting George Galloway. I can hear George Galloway get blasted all night, and I'll be happy. Please come back.
I think he may have been cutting right back in just as he dropped.
That's actually a sign of the glitch itself, is that when you drop somebody, it gives you a minute of sound.
That's the delayed delivery.
Yehuda might be stuck. We should get some Jeopardy music here.
Everybody start chanting Yehuda, Yehuda, Yehuda.
I have a funny George Galloway tweet from earlier. I gotta find it.
We can hear you clicking, Rosalie.
I click fiercely.
I was going to say those are some pretty aggressive clicks.
It might have been me with background noise from ice. I unfortunately have a schnauzer who's mistakenly connected that every time she hears the ice machine go off, she deserves a piece of ice.
Well, I put the ice cubes into the water dish, and I have dosh hounds, so they go and they snorkel for the ice cubes.
Yeah,
go get their click clicks.
Yeah, this one does the same thing, and then she brings her wet muzzle to welcome me in the mornings.
I'm sorry, do you mean dachshunds?
Weenie
Yes,
dogs.
dachshunds.
They're called weenie dogs.
They're weenie dogs, yes.
We may have lost Yehuda for good there. I think it was the officer joke. Sorry, officer. He might just be mad that I'm stealing his dad comedy. I don't think I've earned that right.
All right, I can't find it, but he was basically complaining about being labeled, on social media as affiliated with the Russian state, and just the replies were all full of, his stint on RT, and he's like, "I am not affiliated." It was funny.
He's not affiliated
Is he still
with
formally affiliated?
Russian disinfo, but he's a featured speaker on RT. That tracks. Not.
Well, the label doesn't say disinformation. It just says like associated or affiliate. I can't remember. But he was like, "I am not."
If he's
And I
appeared
just
on
dropped
RT, I think case closed. Gurney, go ahead.
I can never get that mute button quick enough. Rosalie, on this concept we were talking about here, and I think Ryan had spoke to it, right? I wanted to talk about the timing of this current spate of information and narratives, and you know graciously said, you know, it's tough to make all these assumptions to understand why, you know, why they're picking certain messages. But I thought it was salient to focus on Ryan's point of like, but why now does it seem, whether it's anecdotal or the trends are way above you know, the usual baseline, and maybe you could tell us if they are or not, Rosalie. But why does it seem that right now they're throwing anything and everything at the wall? And to Ryan's point, you know, the events in Crimea, but I'll also add in there, you know, some important, significant dates in Ukraine history are coming up this week. And so, if it's a combination of, you know, important dates coming up and a lack of Russian progress, you know, I think the timing is important to talk about, and why, if it's true, you know, why some of the narratives seem, you know, why the fire hose seems to be even larger now, or even more confusing now. And not to get to the motives of that, but just to maybe, you know, is it does that seem to be true, that the timing here, you know, and we've seen Ukrainian response. We've seen President Zelensky talk about, you know, the Russians are always trying to do awful things, but you know, he urged that this week, and again, there was no fear in the message. He was saying we expect them to be despicable because they are, so we're taking prudent, proactive measures. Not that there's fear in that, but that he made that statement to just say, look, the Russians may try to play this fear card, so to speak, on these days. Do you think that that's occurring timing wise now?
You know, looking at the volume, so the volume of tweets has gone up slightly. The actual number of articles published kind of by their websites is not particularly high. If we're looking at it as like from the very beginning of the invasion in February to today, I wouldn't say the volume is remarkable. If we're looking at it in more of a like since July, they do seem to be maybe ramping up today. I expect if they are planning to do something, and I know language learners said that he had some anxiety about what they may do between the 23rd and the 26th. Um, if there is something just based on past behavior, we might look for something to slightly precede that in terms of an information campaign or to arrive with it. Um, a lot of people kind of expect, you know, how they've had, it's really been a setback and caught them off guard to have Crimea struck at. And it's been shocking. And I think a lot of people think, well, they would use information to kind of um, support them in that time. But it really, like, if they're down, their info kind of wing of this war, it also kind of, it's like they regroup. It's not like if I was being strategic, if I was having trouble on the ground, I might try to do something with information to cover that up, or you know, make up for it in some way. And it really doesn't seem that that's how they use it. It's more of like a reflection. It's like a component of what they're doing. And so if they're not sure what they're going to do, then I don't think it's too surprising that their messaging is like all over the place.
Thank you. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, maybe, to understanding their strategy, sort of, or the timing of them just not finding things and trying to latch on. So maybe I'll flip this then. Maybe, so because people are currently, and I bring this up because there seems to be an uptick in people talking about fear, even if it may be irrational. And irrational, let me preface this by saying, um, we have seen what Russia has been doing. We should expect Russia to continue what it is doing. Doesn't preclude them from doing other things, but I just say is this: um, there seems to be an uptick in a sense of what people portray as fear in this upcoming week here. And I sort of wanted to like address it head on to say, so if the amount of their messaging isn't up, or they haven't, if Russia hasn't landed on a strategy for it, do you think that we, or, and I say we loosely, um, non-Russian audience are adding and contributing to that in some way, or is Russia capitalizing on some things here, even if they don't need to increase their quantity to do so? Like, why? I'm just getting the impression that there seems to be, and we've gone through this before, but in different ways. And I'll just use the Chernobyl plant. There was, during that time frame, there was an extreme uptick in fear surrounding that. Now, none of that came to fruition, and sort of the hysteria died down. But it seems like people are mentioning this commentary, whether they're coming onto it through, our own echo chambers in some different way, or however we're coming to it. I just want to try to account for why it seems, perhaps, or seems to me, that that this coming week seems to be attempting to elicit more fear in people, or we're projecting it, or something is happening. I kind of want to try to understand that.
Yeah, so I think that a lot of the fear, especially when it was related to the nuclear, had to do with, content and warning. I would see headlines in the various Kremlin, affiliated websites like, oh, so and so, and it would be somebody from a Western, country, warns that Ukraine is playing with fire around Zaporizhia or something like that, really trying to frame it as Ukraine threatening the West with its actions, which is total garbage. Um, but that there was definitely, I thought, a push to drum up fear about that, and that particular narrative, I think, pops up, and it's a coincidence and it's not related, but I think that it's a very powerful tool, just in terms of the psychological impact that it has, and whether or not there is nuclear exposure. It can be a type, like a strong psychological weapon, if people believe that the threat is there. And so I think that they use that anytime that they can. Where I think that they've kind of maybe hurt themselves here is that they've done it so much since February that, I mean, I've seen that meme with the bird telling them, like, to get new material is the best on this, because they've just done it so much. It's like, oh my gosh, the nukes again. You guys have new material. They just, and I don't take it very seriously. Of course, there is always the threat that they could actually do something. But when they're talking about that and they're drumming up the fear, I see that as part of their um, information war, and not a real threat that people on the ground are facing. I mean, yes, that is a threat on the ground, but is that making sense, what I'm saying?
No, it's making complete sense here. I would say, if there is any, it's irrational. It's irrationally based. So there may not be much on the ground, but mainly designed, in some ways, to influence a Western audience, or Western actions, who aren't there, or haven't gone through it, or primarily haven't suffered as the Ukrainians have, right? And you made such a brilliant point there. Um, the boy who cried wolf, or them just simply using fear over and over again, tends to, I was going to ask you, so how do you combat fear, but you sort of, you came to it in a different way, and I think it's brilliant, because you know from the Ukrainians perspective, is how many times are they going to do that before the Russians try to instill fear, before the Ukrainians say, one, you've done this over and over again, so whether I tune you out or it's irrelevant, regardless of what the actual risk is. I mean, that happens on the messaging. And two, I mean, they're probably getting to a point where they're like, look, whatever you're going to try to do to us, you've either tried to do or you will do, and there's simply nothing but resolving to go forward. And I guess, so that's sort of a brilliant way to answer that, in terms of, like, the boy who cried wolf, like, it's diminishing effect. Because from my perspective, I wanted to ask you, so how do we combat that? But then, in my own question, I'm realizing, that perhaps a lot of that narrative is designed to influence us, per se, who aren't maybe nearly as informed or nearly as resolved as, say, a Ukrainian that's already suffered, on the ground, whereas we have not suffered, right? Meaning a non-Ukrainian audience, or I'm asking this from a non-Ukrainian perspective. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The Ukrainians have it's incredible. They all have this amazing grasp on the Kremlin and how it tries to manipulate people. So I really try to listen to them and what they're saying, because even times when I'm not sure, it usually pans out that they're correct. So yes, this what the Kremlin's doing with the like playing up of the fear, um it works on new audiences, right? So people who aren't exposed to this as much, maybe people who weren't paying attention to this, I would expect that this particular claim would be more effective with them, and then not as effective with the Ukrainians, or that they wouldn't take it as seriously. But the one thing that I always try to point out is, like, if Russia's going to do something and they want it to be effective and they want to surprise us, I mean, I think in general, they do, if they were really going to do something, that they would want an element of surprise. They're not going to tell us if they're going to do something. I mean, look at the invasion. It was like, oh, no, we're not. And even when they were invading, no, like, we're not. Um, so they're not going to tell us. And if they are telling us, that tells that should be a signal to us that they wanted to influence us and influence the way that we're responding to the situation. Um, and I've talked about this before, but I think they haven't been able to damage Ukraine's image, uh, although they have tried. One of the things that they could do to erode support, though, is either make it seem ineffective, and they've certainly tried to do that with a couple of bogus narratives, and also to make people who are helping feel that the cost is too high to them personally, and they can do that by making it seem like these weapons that are being sent, that it's reckless. And of course, that's garbage. That's not what's happening. It's incredibly helpful. It's making all the difference in this war. But these are the things that the Kremlin says, to try to influence us.
So it's moral of the story here is this is an appeal to ignorance. No offense to the ignorant, but this seems to work on the chicken littles in the group, who are easily excitable and worrywarts. And if you're a more well-versed person in Russian disinformation, which the Ukrainians most certainly are, then you've in a sense been desensitized to this noise that they create when they're trying to distract from the fact that they're losing massively in places like Crimea. Am I getting this right?
I don't know that I would say that it's to distract from that. It
I
might
was
come. Oh, sorry.
speaking. All I meant in that was this most recent stir up of fear with the rumors that they might be building up their inventories to make some spectacular attack on Ukrainian Independence Day, not the longer narrative or narratives of disinformation that they've been spinning for the last 6 months and the last 8 years. But sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
No. If you could can you clarify, like, the question again? I think I misunderstood what you were trying to say.
I don't think it was so much a question as me just running off at the mouth. So
So I put up just some charts in my Twitter feed in case anybody is curious, and it just shows the volume of tweets by day from the beginning of the year to today, and it also shows the volume of articles coming out of Kremlin, affiliated outlets. And you can see the volume divided by the topic. So, in terms of the nuclear threat, in terms of talking about the Nazi extremist narrative, and it's all broken up, and you can kind of see.
I just
When
tossed those in the nest for everybody as well. Go ahead.
Oh, great. And so what you can see there is kind of what I'm talking about. So in the beginning, when we see that dip, that drop is right before they invade, and then the day before, the couple days before we start to see that spike. And so that's what I mean when I say, if language learner is concerned, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something like that that might be indicative of them, that it is intended to accompany something. But they also will increase content when they are doing something, like when they're on the offensive. So when they struck the Mariupol maternity hospital, we saw a huge spike in the output of content that was calling Ukrainians Nazis, and that sort of thing. And they were really, really pushing that hard at the same time. What I don't see so much from them is like when they're down, like they're caught off guard. I don't see them then using information at that moment to kind of compensate. Uh, it tends to, it seems like it's kind of a planned ahead of time, and not like an plan B.
So it's premeditated. It's not necessarily reactionary. It's a coordinated effort to distract either from what they're doing or what they've done.
Yeah, and they have content, ready to go for different potential scenarios. One of the interesting things that I found in a case study that I did looking at the Ukrainian Nazi volume of content, like over time, is that in 2014, when things were not going so great, because initially the Ukrainian law enforcement responded really strongly, and it shook the really small pro-Kremlin group that was, breaking into these. I don't know if it was administrations or what it was, but they were demanding a referendum, and they were like, "No, but we'll arrest you," and that's it. And they emailed uh, Kremlin contacts from Ukraine saying like, this is not going well. And that same day, we do see that's like the day that the Ukrainian Nazi narrative is like born. It's the peak. I don't think that it could have been turned around that quickly. Like that email arrives, and they make it up and put it out. I feel like that was something they probably had ready. And they could also be unrelated, because I mean, even before the email came out, I mean, it wasn't going well. And so that could be an example of kind of having it ready to go. But in the case of Crimea, there wasn't something that they were planning there. They were just totally caught off guard. And I think that's why I haven't seen much about that, or trying to like portray it as something else.
Garney, go ahead.
Yeah, so Rosalie, to your point there, about possibly them not having sort of the ability to react as well in the information space. Just to go off that, let me just ask you a question here. Do you see anything with what's happening in Crimea, with the attacks on the Russian bases in Crimea? Do you see any sort of internal messaging, Russian messaging from a Russian state to people of Crimea? Is there any sort of internal narrative that they are pushing as Crimea sort of destabilizes and people are leaving their previously wonderful, I'm using this sarcastically, wonderful vacations? Do you see anything targeted towards internal consumption there in an attempt to stabilize Russian civilians who are fleeing Crimea? Do you see any of that? Is it trackable, or is it not yet there because they're still in a reactive state?
So I have seen that, and I saw it almost immediately, but it wasn't in media outlets. It was actually in the channels where they coordinate their information operations. And it was really weird. And the way that I would kind of summarize it is like, everyone stay calm, like, don't panic, and then insert some weird nostalgia about the Soviet Union. Like, they would, in more than one place, I saw this kind of formula, like, don't panic, and then Soviet nostalgia, and then, just to have trust that this is going to like work out, put your faith in the motherland, that kind of stuff. And I just thought it was really weird. So that's kind of the response to me that says there are people that are anxious. There are people that are unsure. And I don't know if there's a reason, like a psychological reason or a cultural reason, that they harken back to this um rosy image of the Soviet, but that seems to be kind of their response. I haven't looked at it in a quantitative way. So, I saw it in a couple channels, but it doesn't mean it was necessarily widespread, but it was certainly in the information operations space.
When you say the information operations space, what should we be thinking of?
We should be thinking of people will have heard of Cyber Front Z, which is kind of their effort to like, it's sort of like they tried to create their own NAFO and it failed miserably. It doesn't look organic. It's very manufactured. And so it's these channels, and it's not just Cyberfront Z, there are other ones. And they train people. There's like instructional and like educational materials. They provide targets. For example, when there was, I can't remember what they did with the gas. You might remember finance. There was like was it an embargo or on the Russian oil? Anyways, they targeted all of a bunch of European Parliament officials, and so they put like all their information in this channel, and that's how they operate. They will just like have memes made for the people that work for them, and they'll be like, okay, spread these around in all the Ukraine friendly spaces, okay guys, like it's that manufactured. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about that.
Just for the record, they're never as good as the Ukrainian memes.
No, they were okay. They have had memes that were funny in the past. Their game is it's sad. I'm like, is this supposed to offend us? Because this is just very sad. Like, I don't know who's making these or if they're not paying the people who make memes, but it's bad.
I'll say is my mic working now?
Yeah, you're good. Loud and clear.
Yeah, I got cut off. I think we're having a storm here. Well, I don't think we're having a storm. I could hear it. We are having a storm. The storm is upon me.
You were
Yeah,
just telling us about a
George Galloway.
yeah.
Oh my God, man. I mean, the loony left and the loony right they meet. They don't even have to go all the way around the horseshoe. There's just like a black hole where they connect. And anyone who, the fact that normal people left and normal people right all support Ukraine, it's driving the fringes bananas. So they're meeting up. So you got the Tucker Carlsons and the George Galloways all becoming, even tweeting, quoting, tweeting. God, I'm not. I need to learn the internet. I just woke up recently. They're chit chatting with each other and providing supporting fires. George Galloway. We're talk about disinformation. He he went banana. So this is a strange man. He's a Scottish communist. He started. He joined the Labour Party because they're liars, right? This whole champagne socialist group. They've stolen the thunder of the Labour Party because they want to get into power and they know that no one will vote for anyone as crazy as them, and they've destroyed the the party, or tried to. And Jeremy Corbyn led the Labour Party to the biggest defeat in about 80 years, and his acolytes still say, "Oh, if only we had voted for you, the prime minister we never had." I mean, it's just delusional. Uh, but they're very active, and these are people that'll gladly go to crap places and pretend that the elections are fair. But someone was talking about, are they paid or not? Now, these are people ideologically driven. They hate, like they hate the West. They see, they they read a history book. It's like they stopped reading history in 1960, and so they have this really bad impression of the West. They don't care that the advancements that have been made since then, and there are a lot of them. And as I said, you can search them out on Twitter. I've been blocked by Chris Williamson, not George Galloway. I don't know why. Um, I don't write to him, but he's a strange person who he got a lot of flack for dressing up in a pink cat suit on like the UK version of Big Brother and meowing. But the guy is he's absolutely a strange man. Um, he converted to Shia Islam some years ago. I don't know why he doesn't tell me when he gets really mad. And he tries to sneak into parliament by going to heavily Muslim areas, especially if the candidate running for Labor is a secular Muslim or a modern or Western Muslim in his words. And he dog whistles them and he tells the constituents that, unlike so and so, I do not drink. I have never drank alcohol, making a reference to him being an observant Muslim. But if someone asks him, "Are you a Muslim?" he loses his bananas and he, "Are you racist? None of your business what I am. Don't let me adumbrate this, that, and the other." And he's just a strange man. But he recently received the moniker from Twitter as Russian. Oh, someone check it out. Russian affiliated media. And he went bananas, right? Because he takes money from Russian TV. And he had to quit because Ofcom, the regulatory board in the UK, banned that news. So his argument was he's not Russian media affiliated media because that Russian media affiliated media he worked for was banned from the UK, so he's no longer working for them because they're not there. But he threatened to sue. It's a big funny thing. You can check him out, George Galloway. He threatened to sue Twitter for calling him that, and I think he had it as a pin tweet. Anyway, there are a ton of people like that of his ilk who behave that way and they act that way. So just for the audience, Rosalie mentioned about these fake observers. They don't have to look far to find them. These are people they love Hugo Chavez, Maduro, his transportation specialist come president. So it's really not a surprise, and you don't even have to look to obscure places to find people like this. You look right in the UK, and you have these strange people holding water for Putin. It's actually nauseating if you want to read their Twitter feeds or their social media accounts. Um, you know, bio labs in Ukraine and just the craziest things. And what's scary is for people who aren't maybe involved or understand a lot about the different political mm, subsets and groups. He's exactly like a Tucker Carlson, but on the far left. And it's just, you would never think that people so on the fringes so angry. There used to be a time that, say, someone who was a far right fringe person would agree and support the mainstream right movement because they want to be on a winning team. And same with the left. You'd say, well, I'm really left, but I'm going to support in principle like this party. So Keir Starmer is under threat from a childlike MP Zara Sultana, who, because Corbyn doesn't hold the Labour whip, meaning Corbyn is not part of the Labour Party currently, because he was expelled for being a pretty bad dude. And they're trying to, they have the first time in a long period of time since Blair, they have a shot at being in power, and they want to resurrect, the spirit of Jeremy Corbyn to to screw up their party and lose another election. So for people in the UK who are Labour supporters, you got to be, watch out, right? Your party is very much been commandeered by a strange champagne socialist, communist wannabe group of people who don't know. I mean, they're nuts, right? They don't. Some of them are outright anarchists. Don't believe in countries and states and did that. I mean, these people don't even realize when they drive to work or take the subway, someone pays for it, and there's infrastructure, and people go to school to learn about it. Not real people, but they're easy pickings for Russian propagandists Russian propaganda loves these people, and because we have a diverse society, they have an avenue of approach into their minds, and their goal is to obviously destabilize democracy. And so I just wanted to. So that was my rant about that finance. I heard you say, "Hey, George Galloway," and then I just couldn't reconnect. My apologies, and sorry for disrupting the flow after you've moved on. But I think Rosalie knows what I'm talking about.
No,
No,
you can bash George Galloway 24/7, and I would still listen to the space.
I'm surprised a lot of Americans don't know him, so it pleases me.
Speaking of obscure folks and the more subtle attempts to influence public opinion, I've noticed just in the last couple of days a handful of self-professed comedians or alternative media television personalities. The name escapes me of this specific individual I ran across the other day. I crawled down one of the Twitter rabbit holes and fell onto this individual's Twitter account. But the guy had a couple of 100,000 followers, and he claims to be like a stand-up comedian in addition to doing all of these YouTube videos. And as I scrolled through his Twitter feed, I noticed a very obvious bias against uh, NATO involvement in Ukraine and a whole bunch of other stuff. Have you studied or noticed any of these, C and D list characters who aren't really a household name, but they seem to be like they're not political elite or anybody who someone would listen to, but they appear to have some reach in alt news circles and just casual observer type news consumers. Um, what effect do any of these people have, and have any of them possibly been linked to Russian disinformation directly? I'm not sure if this guy is deliberately spoon feeding this stuff out, or if he was maybe spoon fed this type of disinfo himself, and he's just homogenized it and is now repeating it out without prompt. But I'll have to go dig up his account, because the one I the one specific individual I ran across, and even if I did remember his name, I wouldn't repeat it here. Um, but it seemed particularly insidious. One thing that caught me off guard when I immediately noticed his page was he had this pinned tweet claiming all of these ways he had basically been silenced or deplatformed. He claimed that YouTube had banned access to his YouTube account worldwide, and ironically, in the exact same tweet at the bottom of his diatribe was a link to a YouTube video proving that he had not been banned by YouTube worldwide, but he was also ranting about how he'd been shadow banned by Twitter and, silenced by Facebook and Instagram. And, it's this woe is me stuff. And obviously, it's just his appeal to ignorance and then him parroting a whole bunch of Russian disinfo about how, all of this is for naught and we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. And it's just classic stuff. But it kind of caught my eye because I know our friend of the space, Constantine, had a very similar experience from somebody who has absolutely no following, but he experienced something similar at open mic comedy event down in Austin a month or two ago. Is there any concerted effort or actual angle of attack by Russia to utilize these pseudo media personalities to propagate their lies and disinfo?
So, I mean, there is a long tradition of this. You can find, I can't remember what the date is, but there are some old FBI records that talk about the Russian intelligence finding people who were receptive to whatever the narrative was that they wanted to put out. The With these people, I like to stay away from whether or not it's cooperation, because what really matters about it is it's Russia using what is good about democracy against us. So the free press and being able to speak out and criticize people is something like that's a right that most people have in the West. I know that there's some countries where that has been kind of slipping away, but because this sort of thing doesn't really exist in Russia or, in China and a lot of other locations, like we can't use this, we can't reach their citizens like they can in ours. And if it was actual Russian actors or, any other state actor, it would be much easier for our governments to shut that down. What is much harder and what creates the exact kind of conundrum and situation that I think they probably intend to create is when instead of saying the thing or putting the message out there, instead Russia simply elevates or supports or in some cases funds people who have a message that is roughly what they would like to put out there or that they find advantageous. That is a much stickier situation because then if anybody says anything or tries to I don't know, take action to stop that person from putting out that message, that this is in many cases this is a right that these people have within their countries. And so by creating a situation that didn't occur naturally within a country, um, they're they're creating kind of like an artificial situation. So just kind of in the distribution of people within a society, there will be people who are not suspicious at all, naturally, very trusting people. And then there will be people who are not clinically they're not clinically paranoid or in any way unwell, but they're very suspicious. Um and these people would normally, kind of stay at the fringes because there's just only so many people who fit into that category. But the internet, and this is not necessarily related to what Russia's has allowed these fringes to find one another and to get the impression that these beliefs are much like larger or much more accepted. Um, and when we believe that the views that we have are more socially acceptable, we're more likely to like voice those. And so there's already a situation there that is ideal. And so I think what they do in these, they're not really like media personalities, but maybe they have like 20,000 to like maybe 100,000 followers, and maybe they have like a Patreon and a podcast, but like nobody knows who they are really, other than their followers. Like these are advantageous people um to influence and to utilize. And there are a lot of ways that we've seen them do that in the past, organizing protests, or it could even be somebody who is, um, like a fake account that's posing as another person within their social group. And they might just be like, have you seen this article? And kind of like trying to seed these ideas to nudge them, to influence them. Um, and so, um, because that is something we know can happen, I like to stay away from whether or not it's like intentional. There are plenty of sincere people. What I think Yehuda said, tankies, that term always makes me chuckle because like it. I can't believe that people that think that the Soviet Union was a good thing are like that's still a thing. I can't wrap my mind around it. So but yeah, I think that there's a long standing utilization of this particular group that Ryan was talking about, and that they are influential, and that this is a really good place where we see like the bioweapons narrative. These are the kinds of people that are spreading it to a highly receptive audience. So I kind of like got off on it.
That was one of the storylines I saw from this particular individual. And being a NAFO member myself, I was highly tempted to call an Article 5 on them. But then I realized that while this person does have a couple of 100,000 followers, he's also a struggling, failing comedian, and he's probably itching for attention, and he doesn't deserve it. So I figured I'd let that sleeping dog lie.
Yeah, and some of this might be, how do I say this? Let's say if you are a struggling comedian, things have not been well, the pandemic was not great for people who make their living by having public gatherings. Let's say you start talking about the bioweapons and you start like hating on Ukraine because you're personally bankrupt and you just like don't want to spend any money anywhere. What if all of a sudden your tweets start getting a ton of attention, and immediately anytime you tweet anything about that, you get great feedback? So this is something that can happen on social media. Like the platforms themselves are changing creators by giving us feedback in this manner. But this can also be done by bad actors who have bot farms and who can direct that kind of activity toward people with a voice that they think they can use.
Let's go Gurney and then F.
Thanks, Ryan. Rosalie, thanks for being up here. I think this is, a wonderful hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours of your time. I don't mean that facetiously. That's not backhanded. I mean, almost in the way that we have segments dedicated to a military understanding or on the ground events of Ukraine. In some capacity, this is not just great organic discussions you're having with us and the time you've spent here, but it's almost kind of like a necessary antidote sometimes to like give people an event to look forward to help. I mean, awash in so much information, even if some people have been aware of the message you've been bringing to us, it's just kind of like it's so good to just. I know we've spoken to this before, but it's just so good to come back to it, to spread the awareness so that it can be combated and is combated. So I wanted to thank you for that. And my segue to my question is, and this is more about trolling, and it's a bad word to use. I understand it's a loaded term, but I want to ask you a question. The term aside, it's probably incorrect, but I want to ask you subjectively, if trolling is as effective as I believe it to be, that is sort of reverse trolling, and this was sparked by Ryan's comment about NATO and such, and or the Ukrainian response to sort of be desensitized to Russian propaganda and agitprop. I mean, have you subjectively discussed with us or looked at the benefits of reverse trolling? Is it effective? Is that quantifiable? What are your thoughts on that in terms of a means to combat? Does it? And I guess I should specify here. My thoughts are: does it simplify the message easy enough when you were talking about sort of a bell curve of society, and there's people that are going to trust easily, and there's going to be skeptics, and different segments, and I almost wonder, what we're doing here, we're talking rationally about this, and it's effective, and perhaps it's effective across a certain specific set or wider reaching than that across that bell curve. But part of me wonders, to talk about the specifics of some sort of reverse trolling in a scientific way or quantifiable way, to just be like, does it simplify the message? Does it cut through? Is it effective across a wider portion of that curve? And I'd be happy to hear your thoughts.
So in regards to like NAFO, if that's the sort of, I assume that's kind of the activity that you're thinking of. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am so relieved, honestly, that a group like this developed. There is a precedent for it. Lithuania, they have what they call elves, and they're volunteers. I know at one time they had around 5,000 of them, and they organize and they share information. And what they do is they occupy these Kremlin trolls' time. And I'm not sure if they do it in the way that NAFO does. I think it's one of the most effective counter information operation that we could have, and that it arose on its own is kind of the hysterical thing about it. I think it's just a beautiful thing. For the past 2 years, I have tracked and had to debunk the most predictable stories of about the virus, and then about vaccines, and now about Ukraine. And it just seems it's very disheartening to people who do what I do when you constantly are having to check the claim, because there's no shortage, right? So instead instead of entertaining these ridiculous claims as worthy of our time, just posting the dog is I love it. And it really, I think, highlights how ridiculous that some of these claims are. And then when these people are getting upset about all these Shivas in their in their comment section, they only look more ridiculous. So I think it's been one of the more effective information the counter operations that I've ever seen. And that's not just me. There is another an expert I know. She's from Serbia, and she is very familiar with kind of the information operations that Russia has had in the Balkans. And she's just like, somebody needs to support NAFO. Like, this is one of the most effective things that we've seen. I have talked with her about, is there a way for us to quantify this? Can we look at this? Because I think we should be looking at it, especially since we know Lithuania and their elves, their volunteer elves, that was effective. And it's something like, somebody wrote a really good piece. So we often try to counter what the Kremlin is doing with very tepid response and just logic and a fact sheet. And we're not recognizing that we are in a form of war. Okay. And when people are being targeted by an information operation, that needs to be countered. And if it's not countered and we're not looking at it like that, we're just going to be on this treadmill of fact checks and debunks, and they're going to get more sophisticated and even better. And we're really they're going away from things that are easily checked, true or false. Right now, it's ambiguous things, and things where there's an element of size and perception can be skewed. And that is pretty effective in getting away from platform policy. So sorry, I'm kind of getting off on a tangent now, but I love NAFO so much.
No, it's I enjoy your comments quite a bit about this. And my last one here is on the same topic here. Um, if there's a way to sort of identify the factors of what make it successful, and I know that's very dry, and perhaps not necessarily to identify the factors that make it successful because you're going to disseminate those, but to just understand what similarities that type of behavior has. And I'm just going to give you an example. I'm just going to focus on it. So you were talking about responses, and we're here in this room talking rationally, and this may appeal to us, but it might not appeal to others, or whatever. Or you're talking about when you mention, a tepid response or a very rational response to something that is already irrational, sort of lends it this credence. And I'm going to borrow from political science here and use the Overton window, right? So it's not the Overton window, but it is shifting, to your point, I think you're saying here is even when we respond to it in a rational way, it's still sort of shifting the perceptual window of responding to an irrational argument. And part of me saying, what are the factors that make NAFO trolling or reverse trolling effective? Just understanding it, like, is a factor of it the fact that the perceptual response is so far on the opposite side, whether it uses humor amongst it, whether it combats that Overton window with, a very irrational perspective with a counter irrational perspective, right? That's not closer to it. So it doesn't shift, doesn't inadvertently lend credence to it. What I say that in an effort, not just to better understand it, but because it is effective, on a gut level, it makes sense. And I think we can understand it. Like we can emulate it and we can create that. And it's not just NAFO, right? We know how to do it. A lot of people do it well, but to just sort of break it down to the fundamentals, to sort of observe it as, as a response so that it can be made as a systemic response, so to speak. But thank you, Rosalie, for your comment. That was more of a statement there, but I really appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I do have a response, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So one of the things, I think that you are onto something there with us, like when we respond to these very seriously. I mean, there is a question of when is an idea like not popular enough and not taking off, and when do we need to face it? And I think that the answer to that question is going to change because it's very dependent on social media right now. But so I'm so sorry. I am tired and I have kind of lost my train of thought here.
Sorry. Thank you. I'll jog it real quick. You were talking about responding to sort of irrational things with sort of an air of credence, or that was my words, but you were responding to that, saying
Yes.
like, do we shift it somehow by even our response to it?
Thank you so much. I am so sorry about that. So one of the things that I think is effective about it, like apart from, I think what you were pointing out there is, I think there's something there and we should look at that. But another part about it, I think, is the humor. And the humor can be really powerful. An example that I have seen that just made me laugh so much, and I think it's getting people to laugh is what deprives them, these autocratic regimes and types of their power, of being taken seriously, of being feared. And it robs them of that. And I just love that. But in Russia, there have in multiple instances, so they're not allowed to like have protests. I mean, sometimes they are, but at times when they've been very specifically told, like, you cannot have a protest, something that they've done is people will organize what looks like a tiny protest, and it's toys, and the toys have signs, and it's hilarious. Like, I will drop some in my Twitter feed after this, and the toys are out there with their little picket signs, and the police don't know what to do with this. Like, what do we arrest the toys? And then what happened was there was a criminal investigation into the children's toy protest. And you look ridiculous investigating, And I think that we really need to, every time I see the pictures, I'm like, oh dear God, would someone please? Stuff like that doesn't happen because we can protest in the US. But we need to be thinking about the power of humor. And there is something really something that I just feel like it just like deprives them of their ability to menace and to kind of you know what I'm saying? Like with these citizens, they were told they couldn't protest, and they got the better of them. They made them look ridiculous, and they kind of did protest because the pictures are everywhere. And there is a power there that I know that there are scholars who have tried to quantify this, and that movements that use humor and that kind of use this, I I don't want to say it's shit posting because it's not necessarily that, although that is effective too. These movements are more successful than even violent protests when you look at the change that they're demanding, and that I think is something we need to take note of too.
Does that mean I can have your vote of confidence in Atacam's brand cigarettes and the fact that we are not, in fact, a shit posting company? We are a real deal, giving only the finest of Atacam's brand products to Russian vodniks, far, far behind their lines.
Well, it is shit posting, but it's like it's for your country. It's patriotic.
Patriotic shit posting, only the finest patriotic shit posting here at the Atacam's brand cigarette company. F, you've been waiting patiently. Do you have a question for our guest, Rosalie?
Not Rosalie, but am I audible?
We can hear you, F.
Hello.
What do you have for the panel, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to check if the YouTube videos that has been getting posted for Maria under the ID, right, MryiaReport. It is having a little bit of readership now, but it is still very low. And when I try to kind of search MryiaReport with a space in between, you don't get it. So if there is anybody working on that, I can probably just give some feedbacks. And I would also like to suggest that just like how we ask the listeners here to retweet, maybe in between we could also ask the listeners to just go and check, so and so guest video has just been uploaded, so you can please go and have a visit, and whatever techniques that is required for to promote YouTube channel, right? Maybe it's a hashtag, comment, like. So I'd like to kind of give some feedback whoever is handling it, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. We're lower in numbers than normal because we had two, not one, but two crashes from Twitter with no warning this evening. Not really sure why. Twitter does what Twitter does. We do appreciate if all our listeners would like and retweet the space. We do appreciate that. It would help give us more visibility and let more people realize we are sitting here doing 24/7 Ukrainian news and discussion here at the MryiaReport. We also support the Maria Aid charity. You can find them at MariaAid.org. They do not have overhead. All of the funds that you give them go to military equipment and non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian military, very likely also to be used by Ukrainian civilians, since the Russian vodniks have no issue targeting Ukrainian civilians. 95% of their precision-guided cruise missiles have gone after civilian and not military targets because that's the kind of dickheads they are. That said, do appreciate that. We are trying to get more visibility. We would love it if we could get everybody back into the space. And I would like to go back to Rosalie, who was on an excellent point about how the Atacam's brand cigarette company may in fact be a shit posting operation, which, okay, we'll have to admit that.
I think he was referring specifically to the viewer clicks on our YouTube account. And admittedly, the traction on YouTube has not been as successful, I think, specifically because YouTube is a video-oriented platform, and we are specifically an audio production here. We've had much more success in Spotify thus far, but again, we try to be a live space and interactive with our listeners, and Twitter Spaces is the most effective way to do that at the moment. That said, we do make a great effort to clip our guest featured speakers and our promoted speakers and make those available both on YouTube and on Spotify, just to expand engagement. Anything listeners can do to help us and amplify that effort is much appreciated. We are an all volunteer organization, and I think everybody here who co-hosts either full-time or part-time, was once a listener, so we are happy to have all the help we can get.
Thank you.
I just added a tweet to the nest because I just think the picture is too precious.
We don't do precious pictures around here, Rosalie.
I know, I'm really like, people are probably like, why is this person in here? We talk about exploding things.
Only my precious.
That was terrifying.
Speaking of precious tweets, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry tweeted, or I should say retweeted. They didn't come up with the meme. They have been widely credited with it, but it was the Ninja Turtles and Master Splinter and HIMARS and Atacams and all of that stuff. And it went instantly viral because the Defense Ministry retweeted it. But I think that is a perfect example of cute meets funny meets serious, and it working to amplify a message with great effect.
Maybe we can talk about, and we can get Rosalie to talk about, how much the Ukrainian narrative, like their meme game is on point. Like right down to Zelensky, like these one-liners that are coming out of the Ukrainian government are gold, absolute gold, and they basically became the model of governance during warfare.
Yeah. What Battle Moose is saying, like everything, it's incredible. Their understanding of not just how things are perceived, but I think I really, when this is over, want to learn from them because, as a scientist and somebody who struggles with making things overly complicated, they have a way of just making things just a one-liner, and it's brilliant. And yeah, I can't improve upon what Battle Moose has said.
So when in doubt, shit posted out.
I think that's more like there's more to that than I think people realize. I really think that in times when we are giving just the most ridiculous arguments and the most hateful things that Russia will put out when we're trying to explain, oh well, the roots of this narrative is from, and it was a very dark time, and it's like, sometimes mocking people maybe that is appropriate. I don't know. It's a very like a weird place for us, like as academics. When I started posting the NASA dogs, I was like, people are not going to take me seriously anymore. And I was like, I don't care. This is an effective counter narrative. And if this is what is effective, then am I really a sincere scholar if I'm looking away because I'm worried about being taken seriously? No, this is something that we need to look at.
It steals the oxygen from their fire and neutralizes their efforts at spreading insidious information. If somebody's laughing at them, they can't, and not with them, then they're not nearly as effective as they hope to be.
Well,
Right?
I think they're hearkening back to a lot during the Soviet era and the Cold War, where they had a very effective propaganda campaign. And now over 50 years, they just never changed their narrative. It's the same garbage they spew, and it's very much like, we said many times before. You would throw enough crap against the wall and see what sticks. And it's versus the Ukrainians that are very strategic in what they say, what they do, and what they're putting out. It's almost like if words were weapons, this is a surgical strike.
Yeah, I'm unusually obsessed with finding out who this self-professed comedian / news commentator was now. I should have Article 5'd him when I saw him last night or the night before, and I didn't. And now I regret it because I can't find his terrible Twitter account.
The awesome thing about NAFO is watching how they don't really know how to deal with it. And I have seen a couple. Okay, so first there was the effort to be like, this is the CIA. But as everybody knows, the CIA does not exist. So, no. They've tried to now argue that actually NAFO's helpful to the Kremlin, and some well-known kind of I mean, they're on the Kremlin's payroll. It's not like a guess. Definitely they are. Have written these articles about how NAFO's actually helping them and making them more popular and getting their message out there as like a means to try to like make people like, oh, maybe we don't want to post these Shivas. And it's like, no, it does get them to, the top of people's feeds. But what you see is not their message. You see a thread of people just making fun of it and making fun of them and getting under their skin. And so, yeah, if you see that particular claim, that is the Kremlin's, that's the best they got to counter.
In the Twitter world, they call that getting ratioed.
Yeah.
I especially like about a week ago, the NSA trolled publicly the CIA on NAFO.
Oh, you need to get that in the nest. I need to see that.
Oh yeah, no. When they said that they hired dogs, especially Shiba Inus.
Yeah, it was the CIA was celebrating like them using animals as officers. Much in the same way that the army uses anti-mine dogs and stuff like that. CIA does similar things, and I'm not saying that CIA like experiments on animals or anything like that, but they do have drug dogs. They do have bomb sniffing dogs and stuff like that. But the NSA, I don't even think they said dog. They said Doge. And then NAFO just piled it on, and this thread went on and on and on, and like the CIA came back a couple times and like said like, good grief.
Yeah, CIA made a post that says, what type of animals does the CIA employ? And the National Security Agency and the Central Security Service replied with dogs.
And there's just something wholesome about humor like that. And again, I think that we have very much underestimated the power of laughter.
I will say it definitely energized the fellas.
Well, it goes back to like these organizations that get it. The Ukrainian government gets it. The CIA, you're a big organization. They're probably listening to us right now. I probably have dossiers on every single one of the hosts in the space. And when they first came onto Twitter and said like this tweet may or may not exist, like that stuff is genius.
Yeah, it really makes the people conspiracy theories.
There you go. We lost your audio for a second.
No, it's okay. It wasn't of value.
Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, guys.
We're discussing the joys of shitposting. What we've learned from Rosalie is when in doubt, shitpost it out. That is what we've learned this evening.
Well, to be fair, Finance, she didn't say shit posting. She said trolling or NAFO, to be clear. But Rosie, I did want to mention one thing. and it's got me thinking. I've probably been thinking about it before any of the NAFO stuff has occurred. And it was sort of tangential to the, not tangential, but I came across it tangentially. And that's just to say, you know, a lot of what we think is new, and Rosalie, you didn't say this, but I mean, a lot of what we think is new is recycled and reused, but in a different format. You know, for instance, NAFO with Twitter, because I'd like to just focus people for a second and say, you know, if anyone's familiar with Francois Rabelais and his writings in the, I believe, the 15th century, of using humor in some of the same methods, or even someone more familiar like Miguel Cervantes with Don Quixote, and not just the book. I would point people to, there's some epilogues of that where somebody copied his work, and then he sort of reverse trolled the copycat to say, you know, your added character is not good, so I'm going to take your added character and I'm going to sort of kill him off or make him confess in my book that he's a non-legit character, and he confesses. You know, sort of like these methods of humor have been around for a while. And I mention that because I do really appreciate the comments earlier to say, you know, I do think it's worth looking at in sort of a systemic way to understand the similarities amongst them, and how to best understand it so you can best deploy it, or at least use it. Because it's humorous, yes, but it's effective. It's just utterly effective.
Mic check.
Negative.
I think Rosalie finally fell asleep after being up for like 4 days.
Well, I think we kept her up till 5 a.m. night before last, so she's probably running on a deficit.
Yeah.
Rosalie, we'd like to. I think we're gonna thank you for your time this evening. At this point,
Yes. I have been up for 4 days. I never want to speak to Doman again, ever.
we'll hope you waking up soon to give us a nice update on what's going on in Serbia and Kosovo. If
Yeah,
you
but
don't think
he'll
be
wait
upset,
until I leave, and then he'll show up.
I would like to remind everybody that Doman is our local expert on all things former Yugoslavia, and especially Serbia and Kosovo. And he loves nothing more than receiving messages in his inbox about Serbia and Kosovo. So just as much as we like to ask the Russians what air defense doing, we also like to ask Doman what is going on in Serbia and Kosovo. And in fact, should you find it a little bit of time while you're listening to the MryiaReport and joining us drone on and hearing lots of people give really great, fascinating, intelligent discussion about what's going on in Ukraine and all the important things around it, and me just making bad jokes and shit posting all the time, you could take a brief moment to message Doman and ask him what is going on in Serbia and Kosovo, and you'll bring a smile to our faces. That's all. We'd just like to remind this as a brief
Okay,
announcement.
the last time we did this, and he got like 200 messages in his DMs about Serbia and Kosovo. The next day, I woke up to like 60 DMs on my Twitter, all in like German. And like I don't understand any of it, but he obviously said something to the German authorities, and they started tweeting me en masse.
I think it's important to stress, if you're going to message Doman, he also appreciates it if you do it in his native language, which is Slovakian.
So Moose,
Maybe
what I
these
took
people
from
were texting me in Slovakian, because it looked like gobbledygook to me.
Wait, isn't it Slovene?
That's a joke.
Oh,
what I took from that, Moose, was that he thinks it's you, not finance. So everybody, even if you don't have a specific question for Doman about Serbia, just a general one, like what's going on in Serbia, is a perfect opportunity to get something back at Moose too. I really like his misdirected retribution, though.
There was an attempt made to destroy my inbox more than it's already destroyed. By the way, since becoming the spokesman for the Atacams brand cigarette company, my I want to note that it become very popular. My Twitter mentions, if I go offline for like all of an hour or two, just explode all the time. And it is 100% Russian shit posting. It is every time somebody makes a cigarette joke about the Russians, I get like 3 messages and everybody CCs me on it. So this is the entirety of my Twitter account now.
Warms
that
your
said,
cold, shriveled, smoker-laden little heart.
that said, there was an attempt made to blow up my inbox with, I don't know, something or other, but unfortunately, when it comes down to sheer pranksterdom and shit posting, Doman just isn't quite at my level yet. He hasn't quite ascended to the depths of whatever the hell you call this
Depravity.
So we would like to remind everybody to please message Doman. It is nowhere near as important as donating to Maria Aid and supporting Ukraine and the right to win, but it is every bit as funny as supporting the Atacamps brand cigarettes as they blow up Russian botniks wherever they may find themselves at an ammo dump. That said, Rosalie, thank you very much for being here. I may give you some tech issues if you don't go to bed, so I really appreciate it. We do love your commentary and disinformation. We certainly need it all the time here because the Russians like to pump out disinformation about as often as they breathe. The easiest way to know that they're lying is their mouths are open. That said, good morning, Tim. How are you? Have you eaten something that we would consider to be breakfast here in the civilized world, or did you eat something that only the British people would consider to be breakfast?
Beans on toast don't count.
That would be something only the British people consider to be breakfast. We're going to take Tim's silence as admitting that he ate something only British people consider to
He's
be
probably
breakfast.
got a mouth of beans and toast right now.
He is too busy eating beans on toast to actually answer the question about whether or not he had a civilized breakfast. Battlemoose, what are your thoughts?
I actually enjoy beans on toast. Sorry. I also like taking. I'm drooling thinking about it. I should probably go to bed and just get up and make breakfast. I also like taking beans and cooking them up, throwing some whiskey in there and some big hunks of bacon. That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's what I had for dinner, Moose.
I don't know if you guys get in the States, but you get like boxes of bacon ends.
No, but they sound delicious.
It's all the miscut. Like, thank God, which come there, Yehuda's here because he'd be yelling at me, bacon bad. But it's all the miscut pieces of bacon, and you usually can get like a 5-pound box for like $7. Because nobody wants it. It's not strips of bacon.
Oh, I'll eat them. It's just diced pork belly that's been salted.
Indeed.
You may realize that Yehuda is not the only person who hosts here who does not eat the pig.
I never knew that.
General hint, if a Jew keeps Shabbat, they also keep kosher. Deb, welcome up to the panel. One of our favorite fellas.
That's more for us. It's okay, finance.
Battlemoose, I wanted to tell you, yes, we do have them in the States. It's called ends and pieces, and they come in like 5 pounds for like $7.
They're glorious, but in light of finance, I'll stop talking about it.
Okay, has anybody
He
seen
doesn't know what he's
anything blow
missing.
up yet tonight?
Yes, I believe it is 4 or 5 posts back in the nest. It was a retweet, or excuse me, it was a shared tweet from Misfit. There was an explosion in a temporarily occupied area of Donetsk.
A train on fire?
Not to my knowledge, but this was in the dark and over the horizon, so something was burning. I don't know if it was identified what specifically had spontaneously combusted.
I just shared from TPYXA English version of a train on fire. from Nikopol on my page.
I think Craig has probably already gone to bed tonight, but if you say the T word one more time, you might magically summon him like a genie.
I don't even know how to pronounce it.
This is going to the nest. I heard. Oh, this is cool. Look at this. Oh, this is great.
It's a good one.
Oh, I like this.
Oh wow!
Do we know how this?
That's glorious.
Hey, Battle Moose, can you do a little military research, or Gurney, or someone do a little research how in the world we wound up with this train on fire? This is
That sucker's fully engulfed.
That is a lot of flame.
That's a big bada boom.
This is definitely endorsed by the Atacam Cigarette Company.
To me, that looks like it could be a passenger car, though. Note the windows that you can see the flame glowing through. That doesn't seem like it would be a freight car, but I could be completely wrong. Who knows? Russia utilizes extremely old infrastructure all the time, so it wouldn't surprise me if they still have wooden rail cars.
Well, if it is a passenger car, I hope it was packed gill to gill with Wagnerites. It looks like an excellent place for them.
They'll stay toasty warm.
I don't know. It looks like footage from The Fugitive to me.
Deb, thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is amazing.
Absolutely.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you very much, Debbie.
Bye-bye.
Gurney, are you awake with us right now?
You're referring to my eyelids being open?
Yes. As the veteran who is alive and awake. Any way you can figure out what in the world occurred to get this beautiful, beautiful picture that Deb has brought to our attention of this train that Craig is sadly sleeping for?
I can give you the specific answer that you asked, or I could give you maybe the answer you intended. I'm being silly here. What occurred to take the picture? Someone looks like they used their phone, an image sensor, to take the picture and then sent it across the internet to us. Transmitted it. I'm joking. No, I think you didn't actually mean that. I'm just being silly here in late night. It's hard to say what's going on here. I just looked at it. It looks like a train on fire. I mean, my eyes are as good as yours, guys. It doesn't take a veteran to see it. I don't know. It looks like does that look like a passenger car to anyone? I can't tell.
I thought it did as well, but could be wrong. I'm looking on the smallest screen that Apple provides.
I mean, it certainly looks like it's going to cause a mess on those tracks for sure, because it looks like the fire has spread to something wider than just the train itself, or maybe there's multiple sightings or even ammo or something next to it, because it looks like it's more than just a single file train on fire.
Yeah. Does anybody know where Nikopol is? I wonder if that is a rail yard or just maybe a stop somewhere that they started trying to unload ammo and equipment. I know, at least in recent weeks, these resupply runs from Russian trains were particularly hazardous for any Russian conscripts that might be so unfortunate as to be tasked with doing the unload job. I remember one specific video where an artillery round or a rocket came in, and the video was essentially just a bunch of Russians frantically scurrying away from the rail line, hoping they didn't die before the next round came in.
So Nikopol is on the right bank of the Dnieper. It's about 50 kilometers kind of southwest of Zaporizhia. I think it does have a major rail marshalling yard right in the middle of it.
One would hope
I
that. Go ahead.
no, I was just going to say. So yeah, this is one of those cases where, Tim pointed out Nikopol, where I think that's where this is. But unfortunately, Ukraine also seems to have that the double naming here, where there's a different oblast that also has a name. But that's not my larger concern or question. My larger concern was I thought Ukraine was in control of Nikopol. I could be wrong here, but does anyone have an idea?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
We will
Maybe
have
we
to
could get
do.
some of our favorite mappers out there who take some of the ISW and some of the other DefMon and some other people out there to look at this. If this is the Nikopol that Tim's referring to there on the Dnieper.
Yeah, I think I'm assuming since it's Russian, it's being reported by a Ukrainian source that this is in the Russian occupied Nikopol is my assumption, because it's being reported as a Russian train.
Well, I'm also wondering that with everything that's going wrong with the Russian logistics system, because I think if it was hit by a missile, it would have been a lot more spectacular. It just looks like it's one train or a couple cars that are lit up there. But I wish Craig was here, because if anybody has seen the turbocharger go on a train, it's spectacular. And I was driving through North Dakota once, and it was actually a CN engine, and the turbocharger started to go, and it starts spewing flames up into the air, about 200 feet into the air. And it's like I said, it's spectacular. And if you're carrying anything of consequence, it'll light it on fire.
Just to interrupt there, sorry, Moose. I think I'm looking up some other posts here. I think the context might have been missing on the photo. I think that's a consequence of Russian troops shelling Nikopol, and that train is on fire. But I believe that is a Ukrainian-held area, and so those would be Ukrainians who are or were near there, or whomever is harmed by this. I believe that it's reversed. I believe this is a consequence of the Russian actions onto Ukrainians and Ukrainian soil.
Well, and it's 9 a.m. Kyiv time, so there should be some daylight footage of this coming shortly, I would presume. If it were an attack on Ukrainian infrastructure, I would suspect that it had already spread more widely across media sources, but I have admittedly
I,
not
I don't
been.
I don't
Go
take
ahead, David.
Flash for no, I don't take the Twitter Flash. There's that group Flash, just like the one in the nest is the TX PVA or whatever it is. But Flash has this labeled as today's shelling of Nikopol by Russian troops. Photos from subscribers. Now take that for what you will. I don't know if they're a reliable source. They're maybe wishy-washy, but it looks like they're describing that this was actually caused by the Russians.
So apparently Nikopol is like Springfield, where there's just a bunch of them.
Well, someone else sent me a DM here. Nikopol is on the Tim used left and right here. I'm not too familiar with left and right. Nikopol is on the, if it's the correct Nikopol, it's on the northwest where the river bends there, but we can say the west side of the Dnieper there, and it's where the Russians have been accusing the Ukrainians of using it to shell Zaporizhia. Now we know that to be untrue, but I'm just saying. So Nikopol is opposite in Erhodar and Zaporizhia nuclear power plant on the other side of the Dnieper, and that's where the Russians are falsely claiming that the Ukrainians were shelling the plant. So I do believe that that is Ukrainian-held Nikopol, and if that image is correct, it looks like the Russians fired on some sort of passenger train in Nikopol.
Yeah, there's a couple of accounts reporting this. Ukraine World, which has a blue check, so I guess it must be well. They're reporting that 4 people were injured as Russia hit Nikopol with a Grad MLRS and artillery.
Wait, this is the Ukrainian Nikopol. This is a Ukrainian passenger train in Ukrainian Nikopol that we're looking at.
Looks like
that.
Yeah,
That appears to be the
Ukrainian
case.
sources
Yeah.
are calling it Russian
Shit.
shelling.
Fuck. Sorry, I'm going to go offline and be upset. Shoujo, please say something helpful.
Good morning, all. Yeah, they've Russians have been shelling Nikopol overnight, apparently, according to the regional governor. They hit 3 districts, and I think also the railway station. Therefore, you see that's where you see the train. Yeah, as far as I can glean.
That's
Did I
highly
break
unfortunate.
Twitter again?
No, you're fine.
No, Sojo, it's okay. That look, people bring us information, and the beauty of the room is we can sort of try to use the group here to sort of discern what it is, and I think it was completely accidental, and so we're just looking at it now and realizing, yep, unintended. That I don't think anyone here meant to cheer that on. We perhaps they thought the opposite was occurring there. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but at least we're getting the facts straight for everyone.
I'm not sure what you mean, Gurney. What was accidental?
Someone, no, not you, Sojo. Someone had brought this up here. The reason Finance City was leaving. I won't repeat it for the audience's sake here. Someone brought this and said this was the Ukrainians. This image was the Ukrainians shelling the Russian trains. But right, it's backwards. It's the Russians shelling the Ukrainians.
Yeah, so it's confusing because there's multiple Nikopols. So there is the Nikopol that is under Russian control. There's a Nikopol town or city that is clearly behind Russian occupied lines. But there's also the Nikopol that's under Ukrainian control. There's probably other Nikopols. There's clearly multiple namings. Much like here in the States, we have Springfield in lots of different states. So this apparently is not a train as we'd hoped full of Russian soldiers. This is in fact a Ukrainian passenger train. I've also retweeted from my personal account, as someone has sent me, a destroyed house in Nikopol because the Russians are shelling the place, trying to turn it, and I quote, into another Mariupol. So what we're looking at is in fact a terrorist attack. Sojo.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, I don't think there's any reason to apologize. I mean, it usually takes several hours. Well, not usually. It sometimes takes several hours to figure out exactly where the strikes are and who's done it. It's just everyday kind of slog, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, Soja. That's what I'm saying. The room was able to sort of make sense of this and discern it and fact check it and switch it from what it was initially presented as. Yeah, exactly to your point.
Honestly, I'm not even sure Debbie realized that it was Russian attack and not Ukrainian liberation of their occupied territories. it was only shared about 40 minutes ago, so it is relatively late breaking info. And TPYXA didn't provide much context other than to say that consequences of the night attack on Nikopol. So we had to put the rest of it together ourselves. I think we're having some issues with some of our speakers.
Just Tim. Tim and Twitter
Yeah.
don't get along. Him and Gunny, especially lately, are
It's the beans on toast.
yeah, no, fair enough. If you eat beans on toast for breakfast, Twitter just can't handle it. Just pukes you right back up.
I did hear my ears burning earlier on, but I was in the shower, so I didn't have a chance to respond. I take it you were commenting on my revolting eating habits.
We were wondering if you had a civilized breakfast or you ate something that only the English would consider breakfast.
I actually had an all-American breakfast. I had toast with crunchy peanut butter and jam on it. So, JJ, hot mic.
Hot mic.
That's an acceptable form of protein in the morning, Tim. Peanut butter is perfectly acceptable as a breakfast item. Baked beans, not so much.
As long as it's crunchy peanut butter. Smooth peanut butter is for perverts.
Crunchy peanut butter is the only way to go.
Agreed.
Choosy moms choose Jif. Choosy Vatniks choose Atacam's brand cigarettes.
Only the finest in Russian explosion cigarettes.
Atacam's 100s, full flavor.
It's the 1000s. We have the 500 and the king-sized 1000 Atacam for the extra flavor. Just when you need, that little extra oomph to get you through the day.
Or into low Earth orbit.
Explosive finish.
It's going to eat me alive that I can't find this comedian / self-professed news propagator that I should have called NAFO Article 5 on yesterday. I'll probably be up for another 2 hours after I retire from the space just trying to track down that guy and sick the Shiba Inus on him.
We love nothing more than dropping Shiba Inus all over someone, so I don't know why you missed your opportunity.
I hesitated. I felt that the gentleman was attempting to troll because he's groping for attention, and I didn't want to give him what he so desperately needs for his failing comedian career.
For those who are unaware, NAFO Article 5 is a thing. All of us with Shiba Inu is in our profile, including here at the Atacam's Brand Cigarette Company. When NAFO Article 5 is called because somebody is professing nonsense, specifically by putting up large amounts of pro-Russian propaganda, usually in a genocidal and disgusting fashion, we call NAFO Article 5 on them. And the word goes out to all the various fellows around, and we start lambasting them and bombing all of their various Twitter posts with Shiba Inus and more nonsense to let them know how disgusting and vile of people they are. So all of their posts now receive comments that they're a Vatnik who is professing genocide, and they get lots of adorable Shiba Inus firing off javelins, HIMARS, music videos, pretty much whatever else we can find. We really think memes, lots of memes, large amounts of memeing. This actually got Russian Ambassador Ulyanov to quit Twitter for about a month and brought NAFO onto the map. So there's actually a highly effective way of combating Russian disinformation and propaganda is the NAFO Article 5. So as much as it may just sound like internet shit posting that goes on all the time, which it kind of is, when you do it in response to Russian disinformation, propaganda, and narratives that serve their genocidal means, it actually serves a useful and valuable purpose. So the NAFO Article 5 is something we do highly value and support here at the MryiaReport. Report. We are now getting hearts and applause from Rosalie, to whom we were supposed to tell, Rosalie, why are you awake? Please go to bed. Sojo, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Finance. I haven't seen Article 5 been declared on Jeremy Corbyn. That is, he's a prime candidate, I would say. Ryan,
I'm pretty sure he is the least prime candidate possible, hence how he found a way to lose the highly unpopular Tories.
yeah, nice.
I see what you did there. Good morning, Sojo.
Yeah.
You got a question?
Sorry, yeah, Ryan. What is the nationality of this failed comedian you speak of?
He's an American, I'm sure. I believe he is based in the Bay Area. I noticed that he is still touring, doing stand-up comedy because he had an upcoming public appearance, I believe, a couple of places in Canada. I regretfully did not DM his account to myself. I should have. If anybody is aware of this gentleman, I cannot think of his name, but he also has or had some kind of alt news platform that's been disbanded, and he has basically been relegated to posting, what poses as news on YouTube, and was claiming that, all of the multimedia platforms were shadow banning him or blocking him, and he even went so far as to say that YouTube had blocked all of his content worldwide. And what I thought was hilariously funny was, in the same tweet that he made all of these wild claims, he posted a link to his stupid YouTube channel, and it was obviously active and available. So, I mean, he was owning himself. If anybody is in or around the Bay Area and knows who I'm talking about and wants to DM me his Twitter account or his Twitter handle, I would be happy to make mincemeat of him along with the other Shiba Inus. I am kicking myself that I didn't call Article 5 on him, because this guy has a couple of 100,000 Twitter followers, so he would be a prime candidate for being Article 5.
Sounds like he appreciates humor too.
Sorry. Sorry, Finance. Sorry. But he does sound like the sort of person that actually wouldn't mind a ton of attention, whether negative or not, to be quite honest with you.
Well, and he's a contradiction in a multitude of ways. He was trying to hold himself out as some kind of, serious news aggregator, and at the same time in his Twitter self-description claiming that he was a comedian. So he's a very confused individual, and obviously a bit of a dullard. But if I run across him again, I'm going to make him infamous, and not in a good way. I guess that's the definition of infamous versus famous, but I digress.
Hold on a moment. Texas, Real Madrid. I believe you have something to offer here.
Exactly Texas. Where I was headed next.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. I believe he's referring to a comedian. I think I know the last name is spelled D-O-R-E, Dory or Dore.
I think that's the guy.
Yeah, Jimmy Dory. Yeah, I got on a few of his posts. I'd heard him sort of referred to in some of the alt-left circles, sort of the kind of the Vatnik crowd circles and NATO haters, and sort of went down the rabbit hole looking at some of his insane posts.
I think you fell in the same rabbit hole I did. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but go right ahead.
Exactly. So I jumped on there, made a few snarky comments. I think he was attacking, criticizing how much money was going to Ukraine and saying President Biden is deranged, and just sort of swinging wildly with his posts. And I think I insulted him and said he's on the payroll of the Kremlin. Just standard standard response for those
NATO
kinds of
vernacular.
comments. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you get a chance, check out his stuff. He's really a weird dude, but he has quite a following, as you indicated before. Shockingly large for someone who has been, quote, deplatformed, allegedly.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, and as you alluded to, you mentioned he's kind of an alt-left character, and that was another thing I couldn't really put my finger on. I couldn't figure out if he was alt-left or alt-right. He's just alt, and he's weird.
Well, I call them Atari leftists or Atari right-wingers. They sort of go so far off one side, they come on to
all
the
the way
other side.
back around the other.
Yeah, that's kind of a dated, showing my Gen X age there. But yeah, he sort of will make comments that are kind of right-wing Trumper kind of comments, and then he'll intersperse that with sort of left-wing. The West is terrible, and Mother Russia is wonderful. Sort of comment. It's a weird intermixing. As I forget who it was that went on a tirade earlier that was actually well received, very accurate, referring to these people in the UK and referring to what's his name, the former MP. He's kind of a psychopath. Trying to remember his
Which
name.
one?
The Scottish. What is his freaking name? He came before sort of Corbyn, kind of a hard leftist. We were just talking about him.
George Galloway.
Exactly, George Galloway. Yeah, who before this, his cause had been talking about Palestinian cause globally, and then now he has really glommed onto this sort of anti-NATO, pro-Russian stance. But he's really, for the most part, pretty much irrelevant. One thing I would leave with you guys is I find it very strange how many folks, sort of from this far left, real NATO hatred, are situated in Australia. There are a whole lot of them I've noticed in this sort of Vatnik anti-NATO sort of. Most of them are approaching it from kind of the far left, and they're parroting a lot of the Russian misinformation about biolabs and that all Ukrainians are Nazis, which is insane. I always counter that by saying, in the most recent national elections in Ukraine, the far right, represented by the so-called Nazis in Ukraine, would receive something like around 3% of the vote, and then point out that France is far more Nazi by that standard. And so is Putin going to invade France next? I mean, it's just nonsense that we hear from these people.
I interrupt. Ryan, Texas. I've organized a bunch of screenshots, and I'm putting together the NATO Article 5 unless somebody really wishes to beat me to it. Ryan, you okay with that?
I'm perfectly fine with that. You're not stealing my thunder. I just want to.
If you wanted it, I'd be more than happy to let you call it. I will CC you. I'll get Dr. Francis Hunter. He's one of the best getting the full boys rallied.
Yeah, I just want to light him up. I don't care who does it. I
want to light this man up like a Christmas tree.
Sounds great.
Sorry, I'll let you back, Texas. I just want to make sure that we're coordinated, so only one person's calling it. Texas, you're up. Sojo.
Well, that was the main thing. I was talking about these Australian far left crowd, and as someone whose politics are left of center, they really offend me because they have just such an incredible blind spot for these, the totalitarian nature of the Russian state, the way it has degenerated in the last, particularly the last 10 years, into just sort of this militant nationalism. I'm I'm trying to remember I think my first block on Twitter was one of these far left sort of Substack denizens who fancies herself this great intellectual. I'm trying to remember her name, Kate. Her actual Twitter name is something like at Kate Oz, O-Z. Kate Johnstone is, I believe, her name. Caitlin Johnstone. And she is one that is just absolutely spreads the Kremlin propaganda nonstop. Everything that NATO touches is evil. Everything that NATO represents, it's a militant, racist, aggressive military pact, and it's to be despised. And that is sort of her perspective. And I was actually kind of pleasantly surprised when I saw the other day that I had been blocked by her. But there's a few others that I've just noticed that sort of messaging has really taken root in, I guess, kind of the far left circles in Australia, and is pretty prevalent. And it's something interesting to think, because sometime before I was thinking that, at least a few years ago, I was thinking that Australia was part of NATO, and then realized no, it's North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and it's Australia is not, while they are, I think, technically a NATO ally, they are not part of NATO. And so they just occupy this sort of, in kind of some of their politics, they just occupy this weird position where they are sort of taking pot shots and throwing rocks at the West and at NATO particularly. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that strange phenomenon of a lot of these, as they call them, tankies, a lot of these apologists for Putin's Russia are in Australia. It's kind of a weird phenomenon. And so I hate to sound like a jerk, but I like to remind them that the United States is, and the work of the United Kingdom in World War II is what kept Australia from the very real possibility of being invaded by Imperial Japan. And that they really should properly view themselves as valued allies, along with the Japanese, of
Did we lose Texas?
I think we lost Texas.
I feel I should jump. I appreciate, Sergio, you had your hand up, but I feel like I should jump to the defense of the honor of our Australian little brothers down there. Now, there is this hard left loony fringe, much like there's a hard right loony fringe in Australia. It's not a uniquely Australian phenomenon. One thing that is worth remarking upon it is that there is, a lot of Chinese ops going on in Australia and New Zealand, and disinformation is part of their game. Anti-Westernism is obviously part of their game. So perhaps it's more pronounced on the hard left in Australia. I don't really know, but I guess Texas is not coming from nowhere here. But I think we should stress that although Australia is not a NATO member, it is a member of the Five Eyes Agreement. It has been part of the British Commonwealth, Commonwealth of Nations, as we're supposed to call it these days. Has been part of the Commonwealth of Nations since it was invented. It is also part of the new AUKUS agreement, which is the nuclear technology sharing treaty between the United States, the UK, and Australia, which is going to give them some lovely, shiny new nuclear submarines. I should say nuclear-powered submarines, not nuclear-armed submarines. And all of these things obviously have very much bipartisan support in Australia. So my understanding is it doesn't really matter, much like in the UK or the United States, it doesn't really matter if the center left or the center right are in charge. There is still this very much a commitment to Western values and the old alliances that cement it. I feel like we shouldn't talk Australia down. They're a long way away, but they are very, very sound, both as a people and as a nation.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, we have Major General Mick Ryan coming on later today or in the evening, depending on where you reside. We also have a couple of other featured speakers on our guest list for today as well. If you cycle back through, I believe the first 3 posts in the nest highlight all of our speakers. Let me see when specifically Major General Ryan will be on. It looks like 8 p.m. Australian time, which is 2200 UTC, and 6 p.m. US Eastern Standard Time. We also have, and I may be butchering her name, but Mina Alander, who is a security affairs researcher with the German Institute for International and Security Affairs and the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. She will be on at noon Eastern Time US, 1600 UTC. And the third featured speaker we have for the day is Wombat Matson, who was a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy and a pilot. He's also a retired commercial airline pilot, I believe, and a well-respected author in the aviation community. He will be on at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, so he is the first speaker we will have of the 3, and that is 14:30 UTC. Everybody be ready. I think it's going to be a good day on the Maria Report. Lots of interesting guests.
All right. The Article 5 has been posted to the nest. I've gone through my personal list of people I've messaged, and pretty much anyone unlucky enough to have put up a profile picture of a Shiba Inu has been notified. Please go light this gentleman up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, I'm already on it. He was a particularly repulsive individual, in my humble opinion. And one of the things that puzzled me the most is he seems to be all over the map. He's like riding a drunk horse in the dark. You don't really know where you're going when you get onto his Twitter page.
Well, maybe he's one of those comedians who just aims to shock above all. So he'll take basically any position, no matter how unfashionable, just to get a rise out of the audience. I mean, that sort of comedy is not my cup of tea, and it's certainly not my cup of tea when you're talking about a regime that is actively at this very moment dealing in genocide. But I mean, it does have a long tradition in comedy, I guess.
Well, and that was part of my reticence to put him on blast in the first place. But given that he's also, or that he also fancies himself some sort of news personality, I think it is warranted in this instance. If he was just a horrible comedian who was seeking attention and flailing around wildly like a fish out of water, I probably wouldn't have even brought him up on the space. But after giving it a second thought, I thought he's worth an Article 5.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of his comments, you know, they're obviously not meant humorously, right? They're sort of, he's trying to pass it off as, yeah, some kind of serious political comedy. Serious political commentary, right? I mean, and it's the way he's just 180 degrees wrong as well. You know, what tweeting one day ago? I assume this is 1 day ago, that, you know, military aid to Ukraine is not going to make a difference because it's just insane. Yeah, he's a lunatic. He's a lunatic. Unleash the dogs.
Oh, we're going to dogpile him. Never fear.
I think one of the funnest things about NAFO is what happens when, you know, Vatniks and, you know, Russian media personalities and Russian politicians first find out about them. And then they tweet something like, who are all these cartoon dogs? Those moments are just amazing.
Famous last words. And then they think that blocking a couple is going to solve their problem, and they realize there are thousands of us.
And then they say, well, this is just childish. And you think, yeah, but you're still tweeting about it, aren't you? You're still tweeting about it.
Yeah.
Just something to start your day with. Have a little morning coffee and, go enjoy your Article 5. Lots of things. If you need anything to post, Dr. Francis F. Hunter is my personal favorite of the NAFO marketing gentlemen. There's infinite amounts of NAFO content, and he is the best videographer in the Atacam's brand cigarette company. Please remember that smoking kills, so please smoke responsibly, only on top of a Russian ammo dump.
Now, I'm getting a lot of DMs about Australia, mostly Australians thanking me for leaping to their defense, stressing that the far left and the far right are very, very much loony fringe in Australia, and the governments of whatever party are broadly centrist, with a kind of economic left or an economic right-wing spin. But I'm kind of hoping Alex is around, our resident Antipodean. Maybe he can talk us through the political landscape a bit more. Has anyone seen Alex this morning, this evening, whatever time it is down there?
I have heard from him. I don't know that he's been in the space yet this evening. He was much earlier, but I think he had to step off for some work-related issues. I suspect he will be back. And speaking of the loony left and the far fringe right, I think those oddities exist amongst all democracies. No one can outdo America as far as the far fringes are concerned. And in my experience and my previous travels, I have found Australians to be relatively level-headed, even if they did have some left or right-leaning positions on any number of things. They're definitely not as radical as us Americans.
Absolutely, but what you have to remember is, politics is downstream of culture, and everybody's culture is downstream of the United States and the Anglosphere. So whenever something goes down in America, you can see it repeated pretty much exactly in the culture and politics of Anglosphere countries, 6 months later.
Yeah, I got to be honest. As an American, it is very difficult for me to suggest judging any culture by its more extreme politicians. Please, everybody who is not American, do not judge us by extremist politicians on the left or on the right. We, for the most part, hate the living daylights out of them too. That said, welcome to the panel V. I see your hand is up.
Hello. I felt like, as an Australian in the audience, I needed to kind of jump up and maybe dispel a little bit of these narratives. We definitely, the same as everywhere, there's a percentage of our population that are very far left and frickin' loony as hell, and very far right and frickin' loony as hell. And luckily, the majority of us are pretty like moderately normal and tend to hold our politicians to account if they're a little bit too loony.
I wish we did the same here. Can't say that we do.
I mean,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
in relation to some of the accounts that Texas was talking about, I've been blocked by them all myself, and he is correct. They are loud and it's bothersome. So I don't disagree that those particular accounts. Tim Anderson, I think, is another one, along with Caitlin Johnston, whatever. But they're irrelevant hacks. The people that follow them, I've tried looking into who they actually are. Relatively so few actual Australians, and the ones that are Australian that are following them and agree are not worth, toilet paper. Like, toilet paper is worth more. Actually, toilet paper was worth a lot for a while, but that's beside the point. They're here. It's the same as everywhere, and I don't see it being like something that's significant, if that makes sense. Like, it's annoying, absolutely, but I don't think it's significant.
The town criers grasping for relevance.
Yeah, exactly. It's always the ones that scream the loudest that are the most irrelevant. And, when you look at who's following them, it's usually an absolute ton of bot accounts that are just, retweeting the same narrative over and over again because they've got nothing else. And then you try to challenge them. So Caitlin Johnston, as an example, she had put something out. The reason she blocked me, she had put something out about Ukrainian Nazis. And I mean, I think a lot of you know now that, I'm the first one in my family born in Australia, and my whole family is Ukrainian. So I take, quite quite to heart being called a Nazi because, that's my family as well as, my mother country that she's talking about. And so I challenged her directly and said, Australian to Australian, I live here with you. I want the same things for Australia that most people do. But are you genuinely telling me that you think that I'm a child of Nazis? And she blocked me. So I'm like, well, I guess that's my answer. So, they're disgusting. The same as, the disgusting, irrelevant jerks that are all over Twitter from every country.
I think we have to be careful when it comes to this stuff, as you say, V, is that these people seem a lot more significant than they are because they have a big following of fellow nutters and bot accounts on social media, right? If you were not a social media user interested in a particular political space from whichever side, if you're on social media and you mostly do like Ukraine on Twitter, right? The algorithm is going to show you a load of the nutty stuff as well as the good stuff, right? And you clock someone like Caitlin Johnston, you see she's got 80,000 followers or whatever she's got, and you think, wow, this must be a really significant political force. But actually, it's not. Politicians make this mistake as well. They confuse Twitter with real life. Twitter is a collection of people who crowd around common interests and amplify whatever side of that common interest they happen to take. It's not real political life. It's not a real political landscape. It's a little bubble of debate and echo. And for people to take people to notice that a particular lunatic is from Australia, a particular lunatic is from Portugal or wherever, and say, wow, this guy's got a big following, this girl's got a big following, she must be somehow representative of the political landscape of her country. I mean, that's just a fatal misunderstanding of how social media works.
Yeah, 100%. I've just walked into my office because the Prime Minister of our country, Anthony Albanese, is actually my local MP as well. So I wasn't expecting to get much back. I have written to him a number of times about a few of my concerns with Ukraine, and he did send me a lovely letter back. And I know that at least somebody has read the letter itself because it does refer back to specific points that I made and, my own personal story. And, the pertinent parts of the letter say, when he met with President Zelensky, he reaffirmed that Australia stands with Ukraine, announced that we would provide 99.5 million in further military assistance, bringing our total of military assistance to 388 million. Continue working with our partners to ensure Russia pays the price for its violation of national sovereignty and the rule of law. Impose targeted sanctions on 905 Russian individuals and entities, and introduce trade sanctions and held Russia accountable in the multilateral system. So, he's also stated that he's proud to stand alongside NATO allies and partners at the recent NATO summit in Madrid, and pleased that NATO allies are agreeing to a strengthened comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine. So, if I'm reading that directly from, you know, the politician that's in charge, I feel pretty confident that we'll be able to continue our support for Ukraine as we have.
Absolutely. I see. Sorry, I see there are hands up. So I'll just make one last point, if you don't mind. I think we see this a lot in British politics as well, where people ask me a lot, especially in light of the Conservative Party leadership competition at the moment. You know, what does this mean for Ukraine? What does this mean for support for Ukraine? The answer to that is absolutely nothing. If anything, it's slightly positive, because the new PM, I reckon, will probably be a bit more organised and focused. Looks like it's going to be Liz Truss at the moment. But you know, even if the Tories totally fell apart next week and Sir Keir Starmer, there was a general election and Sir Keir Starmer became PM, what's going to change regarding British policy to Ukraine? Absolutely nothing. So particularly in the Anglosphere, particularly among Five Eyes countries, United States and the old Commonwealth, there is such a cross-partisan consensus on supporting Ukraine against genocidal aggression by Russia, right? This is just absolutely unbreakable. And I think it goes back to the comments Jeremy Fielding was made of GCHQ, which is the British Signals Intelligence Organization. It's basically British NSA. He was saying in an op-ed for The Economist, you know, the Russian propaganda efforts have failed. Russian disinformation efforts in the West and in Ukraine have failed. They have not succeeded in dividing the political systems. They have not succeeded in selling their false narrative either to the public or to the politicians. It has been a complete and utter disaster. It really, for people to come up and say, oh, well, Australia looks a bit wobbly. I mean, I struggle to see the good faith in that sort of comment. It's not only unhelpful, but I think it's highly inaccurate as well. But I'll yield the floor. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming up, V. It's nice to have an Australian voice on the show.
Quick point. We're getting a host connection warning. If we do lose the space, we had 2 crashes last night. Oh well, crashes happen. If we do lose the space, we will just rehost, and we will back up and running, and then we will bring up some new hosts, because if that happens, I'm going to say that it's me, and we're going to make Tim do the hard work after that. That said, Alex, I see your hand is raised, sir.
Yeah, I haven't heard the conversation, but somebody messaged me. I just wanted to make the point that I think I come at this from a different. I'm sure that V and I would disagree on many things, but the one thing we would agree on is that our nation's support for Ukraine and its struggle for independence, to independence from Russian imperialism and its sovereign right to defend its own borders, is unshakable. And importantly, Major General Mick Ryan, now retired, will be on the space, and